Or you guys gotta put it?
Yes, sir. Okay, good morning. Today is 8/7/2024. Time is 9:17. Parole board is called to order. Today, I am Pete Freeman. I'll be the acting chair. To my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Mr. Lanu. Would the staff at headquarters introduce themselves?
Deputy Warden Rochelle Ambo.
Regional Lateral Classification.
Carmen Shipley, Offender Records. Jody Sturgeon, Program Consultant.
Okay, would the people at Angola please introduce yourself?
They just did.
No, I'm talking about would the people, the guests at Angola introduce themselves?
Yes, Mr. Go ahead.
I'm George Woodcock III, son of Woody. George, sorry.
Can
Tanya
you
Woodcock.
please speak? Okay,
And I'm the daughter-in-law of Mr. Woodcock.
Diane Carter, I'm the niece of Mr. Woodcock.
And I'm David Carter, I'm his nephew.
okay.
Robert Lancaster, attorney for Mr. Woodcock.
I'm Dr. Robert Cleveland. I'm the Assistant Medical Director at Angola.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Cleveland. Okay, with the people here at headquarters first, those that are in favor.
I'm running for. That's mine.
Okay. And those that are opposed, please introduce yourself.
I am Pam Cole. I am Armin Cole's daughter.
Okay.
Charlene Cole Rock, Armin Cole's niece.
Colleen Cole Blum, Cole's niece.
Scott Cole, Armin Cole's son.
Larry Quinton.
And Mr. David Altman, he is on Zoom. He will also be speaking in favor. I mean, in opposition. Okay, so first off, let's get through some preliminary stuff. Would you please say your name and DOC number? If you need-
Mr. Woodcock has a hearing aid. He's hard of hearing, so I'll have to ask you
Okay, Mr.
a
Lancaster.
second time. So he's asking for your name and DOC number.
Yes, sir. I'm George Woodcock Jr. And my DOC number is 103702.
Hey, thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Woodcock, today we're here for your parole hearing. You're a first felony offender. You are convicted of first-degree murder. You were given life. That sentence was commuted to 99 years by Governor Edwards. Your parole date is 10/27/23. Your adjusted good time date is 11/24/2028. And your full term date is 2079. Before we get started, I can see that Mr. Woodcock, you do have a medical condition, and I know Dr. Cleveland's there. Dr. Cleveland, would you tell us Mr. Woodcock's ailment?
He has a history of high blood pressure, high cholesterol, chronic kidney failure, atrial fibrillation, glaucoma. He's hard of hearing. He has type 2 diabetes. He had an aortic valve replacement due to a heart condition, a valvular heart condition. He's obese and he has had a hip fracture in the past. Recently, like last night, he fell and hit his head and spent the night, last night and probably the next day or so, will be in our medical unit here at the medical department. You know, nursing unit.
So he's permanently housed at the nursing unit?
No, he'll be there probably for a few days to be sure that he's gonna be okay.
Okay. Sure.
Dr. Cleveland, the ailments that Mr. Woodcock suffers are not severe enough that he would be considered for medical parole. Is that correct? Or
Not at this point.
thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tillis, you have any questions for the doctor?
No.
Okay, doctor, we thank you, Dr. Cleveland, for being here with us this morning and giving us that information. Okay, Mr. Woodcock, I know it's going to be a little hard. Mr. Lancaster, maybe you can help him out a little bit by repeating my questions, but I need to know a little bit about what he did and why does he think he should be paroled today?
Did you hear the question?
Some about a little bit of the why.
Yes, so the question was a little bit of information about what brought you into prison and why you feel you need parole.
Yes, sir.
Can you answer the question or?
No, doctor said not to.
Okay, you need to answer his question though.
I was working under an assumption from somebody gave me information about Mr. Cole. And at that time, I wasn't a very nice person. I had a lot of problems, mainly alcohol, my wife, and I was trying to get a job, and I was going to college. It was a junior college.
So what have you been doing while you've been in prison that's prepared you for parole?
Since I've been in prison, first thing I did got with the AA program that they have here at the penitentiary. Completed that program in the 12 steps. And then after that, I went to work as a orderly clerk at the mattress factory. And the regular library. And also I worked in the blocks. And then on the my last real job was working at the rifle range.
All right, thank you. Okay, now we're going to speak to the warden. Warden, you have any comments to make about Mr. Woodcock?
Yes, Mr. Woodcock has been a minimum A trustee here for the last 30-some years. He recently worked as a janitor cleaner until his health started declining. He only had 2 DV reports since he's been here in the 42 years. He also has taken 100 hours victim awareness, T4C, anger management, substance abuse, and his tiger is low. He's a high school graduate and he was in the military service. He served both the Army and the Marines and was discharged honorably. And he's a retired vet. Mr. Woodcock has been a model offender here at the institution with minimum trouble at all until his recent decline in his health. He participated in almost anything that anybody asked him to do for them.
Thank you, Warden Ambo. Okay, next we're going to speak to the support, Mr. Kerry Myers from the Parole Project.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project, and we're here today to support Mr. Woodcock's petition for parole. we've been supporting Mr. Woodcock throughout this process, through his clemency process, and now for many reasons. And his record obviously can speak for itself. Only 2 disciplinary reports in 43 years. He is a decorated veteran. He's worked in very sensitive and important posts while he was in the military, and served his country honorably. While he's been incarcerated, he has been an asset to the institution. He's also done numerous volunteer activities, particularly through the Incarcerated Veterans Program, where he's worked on the moving wall, which is a replica of the Vietnam Memorial. He's been involved in numerous charitable work with the vets organizations, helping the Louisiana Veterans Home here in Louisiana. And Mr. Woodcock's health, as you can see, has been declining. He does have a pending ICOTS to Michigan. It is not complete yet, but we will receive Mr. Woodcock should this board grant him parole, and make sure when his ICOTS is approved, assist his son in getting him to Michigan. In the meantime, we'll connect him with all the services that he would need, including medical services should he be released. So we just ask this board to consider Mr. Woodcock's 43 years of incarceration, his age, his service to his country, and his record during his incarceration, and grant his parole today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers. Next, we'll have George Woodcock Jr., his son.
It's your son. It's your son. He's
Yes, I'm George Woodcock III. He'll be staying with me in Michigan if he is paroled. We do have a good, decent sized house, working on a bedroom for him. We're getting everything set up, but once we do have a decision, we'll make better decisions. And also, I've been helping vets for past 10 to 15 years with a VA rep, so getting him set up in that situation will also help him, and we'll get those services that he needs.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, and next we have Alan Weatherford, uncle.
Good morning. My name is Alan Weatherford. And he's George is my uncle, and Armin Cole is my uncle. And don't stand here lightly for y'all of victim's family. After careful consideration over the years, I'm here. I've worked in law enforcement for 40 years, 7 years as chief of police in Gulfport. I retired in 2013, graduate of the FBI Academy, Southern Police Institute. So I've been around law enforcement. I have worked closely with the Mississippi Department of Corrections in the past on the Interstate Compact Act. And I do appreciate and understand the important role of it, because it's not easy. But George Woodcock, 11 and 12 years old, I remember talking to him about his career and the Marines there. He was bound on his customs and Marine Corps, and anybody that's worked in Marine Corps, Marines that have been retired, you kind of understand what I'm saying there. He had a great sense of humor. When he was arrested in 1980, I was shocked, I was saddened, and I was mad. I'm not going to sit here and deny it. Look forward to visiting George at the Angola prison there over the years, and the respect that he had. Spent a considerable amount of time with him, talking to him there. Meeting our law enforcement, I'm picking his brain there. It's very difficult to build that relationship there, but I have there. Well, and long story short, in 2011, my daughter was killed by a gunshot. And the victimization side of it, of me, now being in law enforcement there, that process there rocked our world, rocked our family there. Young man that killed her, we did not oppose him. He's out on parole now. We did not oppose that. I do believe offender reentry there. So I spent a considerable amount of time talking to George about victimization, about the loss there, not only to our family, but the Cole family there, what he did to the entire family. He completely understands that. I spent a considerable amount of time talking to him. And I know that his daughter, Faith Cole, is not opposed to him getting out. I believe there may be a letter. And I will say this to the family. I know it's difficult being here today, and I say this to you, I am sorry.
Well, we want him to say,
Excuse
you know, we want him to say sorry. Okay, I can leave it wrong. I can leave it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna talk.
Well, then.
You know what? Just talked to this guy months ago, and I think this sickness. I think the sickness is a farce.
I'm going to tell you, and just asking that you consider, based on his record, being there for 24 years there, that we're here for him. I can tell you, I don't stand here lightly here today. If I had any concern whatsoever about public safety there, I would not be standing for you. And I can assure you, this board, and to everyone in this room, that I will do my part to be a part of the Louisiana Parole project there to assist him in him getting out, if he does, if he is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. Okay, now we will go to his attorney, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Thank you, Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Tillis. Because of Mr. Woodcock's current health issue, if the board would give me a little latitude and giving a little bit of explanation as to what led him to prison and also what he's accomplished while he's been in prison. Also, if there are matters that come up during the interview, I'll reserve the right at the end to help maybe clarify any issues that come up during the interview. Mr. Woodcock is now 84 years old. He came to prison 42 years ago. At the time this crime was committed, Mr. Woodcock had recently retired from 20 years service in the military. He initially started in the Army where he was a paratrooper, and then was honorably discharged, spent a little bit of time, and then re-enlisted and served time in the Marines in active combat, multiple deployments in active combat, and then after combat, very important positions securing embassies across the globe in Germany and Japan, and assignments throughout the world. He returns to Gulfport, Mississippi. His alcohol issues had increased. He was a severe alcoholic, and his alcoholism was impacting his life. He had marital issues, which were also impacting his life. All of that contributed, in no way creates an excuse, but gives some context to the events that led him to prison. The crime involved his sister, who was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, and a co-defendant, who was given complete immunity for his testimony, although the appellate court in Woodcock's case did find that the co-defendant was involved in the murder. However, he received no conviction or any jail time for assisting the state in the conviction. Since Mr. Woodcock has been in prison, he's addressed those issues which were part of his life at the time the crime occurred. He became actively involved in Alcoholics Anonymous. He has taken substance abuse courses, including Thinking for a Change. So The other issues he's addressed as well. He's got a proven track record in work and has been given important job assignments throughout his time in prison. He's been a Class A trustee for decades. His last write-up, he only has 2 write-ups in his record. Those were over 30 years ago. And one of those write-ups, the last write-up, there was a suspended sentence on it. So the institution did not sort of take that write-up seriously as indicated by their suspension of sentence. His Tiger score is incredibly low. So the risk assessment that's utilized by the Department of Corrections, which has been scientifically tested, indicates that he's extremely low risk of any recidivism, as well as his advanced age, being 84 years old, and his health issues. There is an extreme, really a nil likelihood, if any, of any reoffense. He's also been actively engaged in community service while he's been in prison. And we know that an offender's active engagement in the community of prison in positive ways is indicative of their character, and that being long-standing over many decades as active engagement. So his behavior and character indications while he's been in prison are very different than this one offense that he committed as a first offender. He's been active in the Viet Vets organization here, actually started the chapter at Camp F, has been president of that chapter. It's been nationally recognized. As Mr. Myers indicated, he's been involved in the Moving Wall project. And one important piece of that is that project takes place outside of the prison, where members of the offender population go into the community, put those walls together in community events. So he's been trusted to go outside the gate. He's got a solid reentry plan with the Louisiana Parole Project. Ms. Sturgeon here at the prison is setting him up with his VA benefits, working with the Louisiana Department of Veterans Affairs. The Parole Project will assist him with that. Once he has established his benefits with the VA, all of that will transfer to Michigan, where he will reside with his son and be able to get the services that he needs in Michigan. With that, I will respectfully request that the committee grant Mr. Woodcock's request for parole. I've been working with Mr. Woodcock for quite some time. I assisted him on his clemency application. Lately, I've been meeting with him at the prison once a week. His health has declined. He does have needs which we have arranged in his reentry plan to be met. But those current needs, create burdens on the system here that can be met outside of the institution through services that are offered by the Veterans Administration. So we respectfully request that he be granted parole today to Louisiana Parole Project with the Interstate Compact to Michigan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to the opposition. Mr. David Altman.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yes, sir.
My uncle was murdered by Mr. Woodcock, who shot him 3 times behind while he was going down the stairs when he was walking in his own home. The death traumatized our family. My grandfather, Armand Cole Sr., died soon afterward. My grandmother spiraled down in tremendous grief and never regained full control of her mind. The insurance money of my uncle was stolen by Mr. Woodcock and his sister, leaving his children, my younger cousins, Pam and Scott, without funds to recover, and they soon had to leave their hometown to start a new life. The police told our family that Mr. Woodcock was a murderer for hire who was implicated in several other killings in various states. Our understanding was Mr. Woodcock received a life sentence with no possibility of parole. But amazing to me, my cousin Scott told me upon hearing of a possibility of a pardon that he would support this request if he could meet in person with Mr. Woodcock and see if he would apologize to him for his crime. Scott traveled across the country for this meeting, received no apology from Mr. Woodcock. Our family humbly asks the board for justice. Please deny this request. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, Miss Pam, no?
Thank you. The one thing that I want y'all to realize is the person who is the victim in this case, which was Armin Cole. Okay, he was brutally murdered. It was premeditated by my stepmother. And they did it for money. You know, my father and my mother had been divorced for years. My father remarried. He took care of Betty, which was his wife at the time. They were estranged. But the fact remains that I don't, as old as I am, can't still comprehend how we can allow someone who cold-bloodedly killed another individual the opportunity to breathe fresh air and be paroled. I can't wrap my head around that. Now I'm understanding that George is not going to Alabama to his sisters. Now he's going to Michigan. That was never, you know, told to my brother and I, that there's a change of where he's going. My brother lives in Michigan. My brother doesn't live very far from where George Woodcock is going to go. And I don't think that it's fair for the family for this man to go out. Yeah, he's 84. He's not in good health, okay? But he murdered an individual in cold blood, premeditated. This was planned for a very long time, and then it happened. It happened during Christmas. This is what I got a call at work 2 days before Christmas that my father was dead. And then it has snowballed to this. I am not a resentful person. I am not any of that, but I don't feel that, you know, you three have the power. You have the power to keep this man in there, okay? I don't care how sick he is. He was given life with no parole. Life. He's still alive. He's not dead yet. And all I ask is that you keep him in it. They seem to be taking very good care of him right now. You know, I just want you to remember that the victim in this case is Armin Cole. He was murdered, okay? And I want you to consider that because our family has gone through a lot of stuff. I've lost all my uncles and aunts. I've lost my grandparents because of this. They died way too young. They couldn't handle it. My daddy was the firstborn. And my aunt and my uncle saw it all through and they have deceased. So now it's up to the cousins and there's not many of us. You know, so please take into consideration that George Woodcock is not the man that, you know, yeah, he's remorseful. What is he going to do at the age of 84? But it's just the idea that he murdered my father in cold blood for money. For money. And I just, that's all I would like to say.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming. We appreciate it. Darlene LeBlanc.
Hi.
Hi.
I've been listening to things and all these accomplishments that Woodcock has achieved to be supposedly a good person. My uncle never got a chance. He never got the chance to demonstrate what his achievements were. And I don't have the responsibility for that. That's how we were brought up as a family. You ask any of our friends about the Cole family, they'll tell you if one Cole goes, then maybe 10 will go to doing that. Spending time with my whole family with special occasions or last minute get togethers, whatever it was, but that changed in December of 1970. Natural death in your family are part of your life that you come to accept, but not anymore. And I'm not going to accept it. Why was money worth killing my uncle? Why? It's just money. Why did my uncle didn't see the evil in Betty and George Woodcock? We don't know. Why should George Woodcock, who was sentenced to life imprisonment, like y'all, our family members can say, first degree murder, get out of the prison? Because of his age, everybody gets old. But it's like you go back to when you were, he was found guilty, and now it's like he's not guilty, and he can go free. I don't think freedom should be part of his life. Thank you.
Okay. That's all of our speakers. Now we have, this case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis will ask a few questions of the offender.
Good morning, Mr. Woodcock. How are you? And I guess I understand that he has a hearing problem. Would you relate to him? I wanted to ask the question, if he is remorseful and has he ever reached out to the family?
He can't.
He can't.
Can't reach out to the family.
Okay. Is he remorseful? Ask him, is he remorseful?
The question that Mr. Tillis is asking you is, are you remorseful for your crime? Can you speak to that? Can you speak to that?
I'm sorry I did that, but I really don't have an excuse, except I'm a recovering alcoholic, and when I get on a lot of alcoholic, there ain't nothing I can't do.
Mr. Tillis, Mr. Woodcock did, as part of the victims awareness, that program has participants write a victim accountability letter. That's included in the packet I submitted to you.
Yeah, I saw it. I went through it. I went through this case 2 or 3 times, trying to figure out, why. He's done a good job. Since he's been there, it seems like he's changed. So I have no more questions.
So, do you have any questions?
No.
What happened to the insurance policy? Was it paid out to the daughter?
Mr. Prim's asking you, what happened to the insurance policy?
The insurance company paid my sister.
Do we know how much that policy was worth?
There wasn't any problem with the insurance company.
The question was, do you recall how much that policy was worth?
$250,000.
Okay, and did you know you were gonna share in that money?
What is that?
He said, did you know that you were going to share it in that money?
No, sir.
So this wasn't planned by your sister, and then she was gonna give you part of the money.
Mr. Prim's asking you about the plans with your sister.
All she did was provide me with information.
So you gotta kind of explain to me, I mean, what was the thought process behind this murder? Why did you kill him?
Mr. Freeman's question is, what is the thought process behind the murder? Why did you kill him?
Say again.
The question is your thought process at the time of the murder.
As close as I can remember, sir. I was drinking, and when I'm drinking, like I said, I can do just about anything.
Mr. Freeman, the record's always been clear that there was a conspiracy with Mr. Woodcock, his sister, and the co-defendant.
See if he would admit it. That's why I'm questioning. Okay. So I have no further questions. Okay, now we vote. So,
If that remains a concern, I just want to make sure Mr. Woodcock is clear on the questioning. I met with him yesterday after, he went to the infirmary yesterday morning. And I just want to make sure that he's clear on questioning it. If that remains an issue for the committee, I can help and pursue that line of questioning a little bit more for the committee.
I think you've already, I read the file. We don't need to clear it up anymore. Like I said, I was just looking for the admission. Is the panel ready to vote? You don't make.
I would like to go into executive.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for an executive session to discuss confidential information. Can I have a roll call, please?
Chuck Tillis,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux,
Yes.
Steve Freeman.
Yes. We will be right back. We're going back to talk about things. All right, we're gonna call this, hearing back to order. Would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Freeman.
Yes.
Mr. Tillman.
Yes.
Mr. Booth. Yes.
Okay, we're back in session now and we are prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis will be the first to vote.
Mr. Woodcock, because of the nature of this crime, and I read it very well, my vote's going to be to deny today.
Mr. Leno?
My vote is to deny parole today. You have a good time date of 2028. I know your health is poor. But that's my vote. It's victim opposition.
Okay. Okay, and well, your parole's already been denied because it takes a unanimous decision. I would have voted to grant it just because of your age and your health and what you've done in prison, but today your parole has been denied.
Thank you.
Okay, we're prepared to go. Our next item of business will be Mr. Herbert Fusilier. He's here for parole today. Mr. Fusilier, state your name and DLC number.
Herbert James Fusilier.
Okay, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
290-866.
Okay, Mr. Fusilier, you're a first offender. You have a parole date of 10/27/23. Good time date of 9/16/38, a full term date of 3/11/2089. You received a life sentence for second degree murder. It was commuted to 99 years. Does that information sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. Fusilier?
Mr. Fusilier is a minimum A trustee. He's assigned to work in the library at Camp F. He only had 2 DBs, his last one being 9/23/1992, almost 34 years ago. He participated in anger management, 100 hours, substance abuse, T4C, victim awareness, and his tiger is low. Mr. Fusilier seems to be a model inmate here. We don't have much trouble out of him.
Okay. Okay, next we're gonna hear from the people that are here in support. Mr. Kerry Myers of the Parole Project.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We are here to support Mr. Fusilier. Through this process, we have been supporting Mr. Fusilier since his clemency process. His record's exemplary in the 34 years of his incarceration. Not only his work assignments, his disciplinary record, his programming, his community service are all exemplary. We know that 34 years is a long time to be incarcerated, and Parole Project understands that well, because that's why we exist, to assist people like Mr. Fusilier in their transition. Should this board grant his parole today, he will come to us and be in residence for as long as he needs to complete, number one, our phase 1 program, and number 2, as long as he feels the need to continue to get the assistance and mentoring of our program. He'll get assistance in things like financial management, technology. Obviously, technology is critical today. 34 years ago, people did not carry a cell phone. Mr. Fusilier is basically starting from scratch in that. He'll learn social norms. While he's in our program, he'll have a mentor who will work with him daily to help him adjust to the new normal, which would be this world outside of prison. We're here for Mr. Fusilier simply because he's shown such outstanding character, and his record is outstanding during his incarceration. And we would just ask this board to grant his parole today.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Next, we'll have Kenny Fusilier, cousin.
Me.
All right.
Fusilier,
what do you have to say?
All right, so Herbert James Fusilier is my basically only relative. Our dads were brothers. We own a farm together. I will be his employer. We've got tons of work. I'm going to be right there working with him. Can't tell you all the things that I could do if I had an extra set of hands with me. It's just 10 times the multiplication. He'll be living with my mother, kind of with me as well, but physically with my mother. So he'll be watched constantly every day, working every day, side by side, the way it should be.
Okay. David Tate, a friend.
You don't have to stand up, sir. Just sit down. You can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. I've been coming up to Angola with a group called the Cowboys for Christ Ministry, prison ministry team for about 14 years. My wife's been coming with me for about 11 years, and that's where we met Herb. Herb was a person that would always meet us at the gate to welcome us, greet us. He would help us take any boxes and stuff we had from the parking lot into the chapel that we might be giving out to the inmates. He came to be known as a person with real good high character. He's a person that I feel like anybody can trust. He is a person that never did complain about his conditions or anything up here at Angola. He never did criticize anybody or anything. He just seemed to be a good moral character person. He's a person that I think would help anybody that had a need, whether here at Angola or when he gets out of the community. We became very good friends. His wife, my wife, and myself and him have become close friends. We love each other. We have a drawing that he did of Jesus that he gave to us that we have on our Sunday school wall. I teach Sunday school at a church out in Livingston, and we have that picture of Jesus on our wall. And I shared with my Sunday school class here a few weeks ago that Herb would be having a hearing today, asked them to pray for him. And when I told them that when he gets out, that I will go to the Parole Project and pick him up and take him to Sunday school and church with me, and they'll get to meet him. And when I told them that, they just all started clapping. It's a group of seniors, and they're looking forward to meet him and to love up on him. I'd like to share a couple of stories. I was going to Beaumont, Texas here probably 8 or 9 years ago, and when I got to Lacassine, we pulled off there. I wanted to see where Herb had lived. He had told me where his mother lives, and so we went by to try to find where the place was. When we came to the house, we thought it was his house. No one was home, so I rode on down the road a little piece, and there was a man out in the yard. And so I stopped and spoke to him, introduced myself, told him that I went to Angola and knew a guy named Herb, and asked him if he knew of him. Well, his eyes lit up, and he told me about Herb, how much he really liked him, and how he used to play with one of his children when they were small. And he's had nothing but kind words to say about Herb. Another story real quickly, when my mother died.
We need to wrap it up.
Okay, in 2016, my mother died, and since then we've used my mother's house to let inmates that get out of Angola live in, that don't have a place to live. Charge them no rent. When they get a job, they start paying utilities. We've had 2 inmates, Bob Thibodeau, Kyle Hebert. Kyle works at the Livingston Parish Jail now, but we only let people of high character there and good morals. There's about 5 or 6 people here in Angola of all the years we've been coming that I really trust that if they were to get out of Angola, I would let them live in my mother's house. Herb Hebert is one of those 5 or 6 people that I look up to and trust to live next door to me if he were to get out. So I just share that to let you know how much we think of him and what a good character person I think he is. And I think he would do well in the community, helping people when he gets out. And I just ask y'all to consider that to release him. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fusilier, tell the board, why should we consider letting you out today? And what happened? What went on that night?
Well, I don't deserve my freedom, but I strongly desire it. Back when this happened, I was not in a good frame of mind. I had no business doing what I've done. I've hurt so many people. I hurt my family. I hurt his family. I had people that depended on me. I let them down. There's parts of this crime I don't want to remember. I think I'm repressing him. I did kill Mr. Ruxtell. I did take from him. I hardly remember my trial. My trial was like a blur to me. I spent my first 2 years here in Angola hating myself. I hated everything about me, and I wanted to change everything about me, and I couldn't do it. I didn't like the way I looked, the way I acted, the way I thought. Became depressed. I was in TU. Wouldn't eat, wouldn't talk. And I finally gave it up to God. I surrendered. And slowly, I was healed. My mind was healed. I had a lot of trauma from my past. I don't blame anybody but myself for any of this. If I could take everything back, I would, but I can't. This one moment of bitterness and anger cost me everything, cost everybody around me. I don't want to hurt anybody else. I've tried everything I can to better myself in here. I've taken programs. I've had to realize that my biggest faults is my selfishness. I had to overcome my own selfishness. I had to reinvent myself. And this has been a long process for 34 years. And I'm always thinking about when I see something beautiful, like a sunrise. I really enjoy a nice sunrise. But I think about my victim, and I'm like, I robbed that from him. I live with a lot of guilt. And I still have a lot. If I live to be 90, I'll still remember what I've done. I still have to live with that. But through God, I've overcome a lot. Through God, I've overcome a lot. I really believe I can do well out there. I could work. I could be a farmer. I want to be a member of a community. I want to be somebody that people can depend on. I want to know what it's like to hold a little baby again. There's so many things I just took for granted in life. And there's so much I robbed others of. I would like to consider a chance. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Mr. Fusilier's case is one that I think shows the importance of discretionary parole and why we have discretionary parole, especially in a state where a second-degree murder conviction for a first offender results in a life sentence without the possibility of parole. And that's a mandatory life sentence. So the judge can't consider the context of the crime. The judge can't consider the particular circumstances of the offender. They're mandated by law to give that sentence. And so discretionary parole becomes especially important because it's a recognition of an individual's capacity to change. And Mr. Fusilier's incarceration is an example of someone who demonstrates that capacity for change. And he comes before you today after 34 years of incarceration, a very different person. And we know this because the facts, the record of his incarceration demonstrates it. He has been write-up free for 32 years. His only 2 write-ups occurred right at the beginning of his incarceration. Both resulted in suspended sentences. They weren't serious infractions. And throughout 32 years of his incarceration, he's demonstrated that he follows the rules. He's very well respected here. The job that he has is librarian at Camp F, but also librarian at death row. He's actually the senior librarian now here at Angola, so a lot of offenders here know him. But that job as a librarian at death row especially, I think, demonstrates the amount of trust that the administration places on Mr. Fusilier. The people who have been around him for 34 years recognize that he can be trusted and that he has the character of someone who can be trusted. He's been a Class A trustee pretty much the entirety of his incarceration. His Tiger score is low. It reflects that he has no likelihood of recidivism. His clemency hearing, I listened to it last week, and the impression that he made on the board at that time was quite remarkable. in their recognition of his level of sincerity and the fact that he had changed. He has demonstrated tenacious work ethic the entire time he's been here at Angola after he got out of TU. He did a brief stint at Elaine Hunt and came back to Angola. And throughout that time, he's never breached the administration's trust of him. There's been no occasion in which he created any situation or was in any situation where that trust was breached. And I think that really demonstrates his true character, because prior to this crime, prior to, his, being very young and over-consuming alcohol, becoming an alcoholic, his life was a pretty normal one. And that issue that creates the context for the crime was resolved throughout his incarceration. He's got the full support of the Parole Project. And many people who are currently at the Parole Project know Herb. They were here at Angola with Herb, and they've demonstrated to him that if you do the right things, you do what you're told, you follow the rules, you have an opportunity for release one day. And again, that's the importance of discretionary parole. He has a solid reentry plan, not only with the Louisiana Parole Project, but he has a farm. He's got, significant savings out of an inheritance. So he's got a cushion to release in society and do really well with the support of Kenny, who you heard here, the support of Pat Ortega, his aunt, who planned to be here, but she was diagnosed with COVID yesterday and can't be and is not feeling that well. But she did want to be here to speak to how she has a place for him in her home. For these reasons, we would request that he be released on parole to serve the remainder of his sentence. This isn't changing his sentence, but serve the remainder of his sentence under community supervision, doing the same positive things that he's demonstrated that he's capable of while he's been in prison. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lancaster. Okay, we will go to the opposition, Mr. Robert Buck Stutz. I'm sorry about butchering that. Rux, okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Parson contacted me a few weeks ago about coming here and speaking on behalf of my family. And I'm the only family left. The last of the generation. There are a lot of Ruck schools in Baton Rouge and a lot of Ruck schools in New Orleans with our cousins and stuff of that nature. I was born and raised in Lake Charles, Louisiana. I went to college in McNeese, and I've served 6 years in the United States Marine. Mr. Fusilier was 23 at the time that on March the 11th, 1990, murdered my brother. That time, I was in Corpus Christi, Texas, had a business there, which I had for 40 years. When I got a call on the 12th of March, he lived very close to my mother there in Lake Charles, in the Freegan Lake area. And my mother had not heard from him. She's very close. They're very extremely close. And my brother-in-law, Donald J. Broussard, who's married to my sister, Maureen, went over to George's house and found him in what they call the greenhouse. He immediately certainly called me, he called the police department, sheriff's department, which started their investigation at that time. I left Corpus Christi, and following day I was in Lake Charles. The morning of the 13th of March. I met with the sheriff's department. At that time, one of the deputy sheriffs was a good friend of mine. We went to school together. That was Theos of DeLeon, who later became the sheriff of Cameron. We discussed it, and the reason they caught Mr. Fusilier, to my understanding, was that he was trying to pawn some of the things that he stole from my brother's home. And I went to this home later on and along with one of my nephews. And, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a Vietnam combat veteran. I had my men die in my arms. No one wants to clean up brains and blood. Horrible. Don't wish that on anyone. Why he has been incarcerated, as we just heard, he's been a model prisoner. If he hadn't killed my brother, he probably could have been a model citizen. But he murdered my brother, in cold blood. I believe in our judicial system. A jury of his peers found him guilty, and he was sentenced for murder, second degree, to serve a life in prison. And I think that should stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Tillis, this case has been assigned to you, so you get the honor of starting the question.
Good morning, Mr. Herbert. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
Could you tell me if you were friends with the young man?
Sir?
Were you friends with the guy you shot?
There's a lot of things between me and him that I didn't want to remember. And I don't like speaking ill against the dead, and I'm sorry for killing him. I was a victim of his at one point when I first left home. It's hard to explain, and I can't explain it even to myself. I sat at his house one night and drank, woke up in handcuffs. And I never did want to talk about this anymore. And throughout the years, he would get back in contact with me, trying to pull me back in and talk to me. And I was mentally ill. I was 17 when this happened. And I was 21 whenever I killed him. There's no excuse for what I done. There's a lot of things, like I said, I really don't want to remember, and a lot of things I don't remember. I did kill him. I did do this. I am sorry. There's no excuse. Like I said in the beginning, I don't deserve my freedom. I desire it. I desire a second chance. I desire a redemption. That's a strong word in my life. When I was sitting in TU here, God healed me. I knew your brother. And I am so sorry that I've robbed from you.
I read your case and I read through it and I read the police report. And I noticed on there that you said that you told the officer eventually that you killed him and you would do it again if you had a chance.
I don't remember that.
It's in the record.
I don't remember that. I don't even remember my trial.
But you have no doubt that you would have said something.
I probably did say that, yes. I probably did. There's no denying that.
Why did you rob him? What made you rob him?
Actually, I had money. At first, it was like I was taking things I thought meant something to him, something sentimental. And I can't explain that either. But I took lots of things. And it's like when I woke up in the morning, I'm like, what all have I done? I've had to live with that all these years. The guilt and the shame of it.
I see. I have no more questions.
Mr. Fusilier,
Yes, ma'am.
community, law enforcement would be opposed to your release. How would you overcome that?
I'm sorry?
The community law enforcement would be opposed to your release. How could you overcome that?
Oh, I'd have to show them I'm gonna be a model citizen out there. I'm gonna be working hard. I wanna be a member of a community, a member of a family. I don't wanna go out there and do wrong. I don't wanna harm anybody. I wanna live a life of peace, work.
I have no further.
Okay, what classes have you taken?
I've taken all kinds. After the pardon board, I took victims awareness, and victims awareness made me see things from everybody else's eyes instead of my own and my own family's. It made me even realize how many people I've hurt. I hurt Mr. Ruxpill's family. I hurt his friends. Everybody has been a victim to this. My mom and dad died thinking I was going to come home. I was all they had, and they depended on me. They died back in 2018. I believe they're still watching. I believe they're here with me now. I'm not alone.
All right, I have no further questions. Is the board prepared to vote? Yes. Okay, Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Herbert, because of the nature of the crime and the opposition, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Fusilier, I fully expected to come in here and hear a different response from you. I really did. You've impressed me in the interview. I've done this a while. I rarely see such significant remorse. You have done everything you can. My vote would be to grant today.
You know, I've also believed you've done everything you can, but now it's just about doing the time.
Yes,
you know, I mean, for this offense, 34 years is not a whole lot. But if you keep doing what you're doing, you're gonna get out. But my vote today would be to deny. Your vote today, your parole has been denied.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we are calling the parole board back to order. With me today, I'm the chairman. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. To the left is Mr. Tillis. My name is Pete Freeman. Today, we will be hearing the Marcus Harris for his parole hearing. Marcus is a first felony offender, has a parole date of 8/19/24, a good time date of 8/23/32, and a full term date of 8/19/39. He was sentenced to 40 years for the offense of manslaughter. Does that sound correct, Mr. Harris?
Yes, sir.
Would you give me your name and DLC number, sir?
My name is Marcus Harris. My DLC number is 425215.
Okay. Mr. Harris, first off, I want you to tell me, why do you think you should be paroled today? And tell me about the crime you committed.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to sit before the board. If this board chooses to grant me parole today, I can assure you that I understand what it means to be a citizen, to be part of a community. At 15 years old, these things I didn't understand. I didn't understand what liberty and the power of choices was, and how choice can affect people's lives. At 15 years old, I made a choice to take Kermit's married life, and that was the choice that I've been regretting for the last 25 years of my life. And if I ever had the opportunity to rent the society, I would want my community, I would want the married family, everybody that I hurt to understand that I'm very remorseful, and I apologize. The crime itself, as I stated earlier, I made a very bad decision in my life. On November 29, 1997, me and several guys were together at my home, and an argument began between me and another guy in the house. And Kermit married, intervened in this argument, and it escalated. And I had a gun. And I pulled the gun out, I fired several rounds, killing him. And as I stated earlier, that's a decision that I made in my life. I understand that I can't change what happened. But I just want the married family and the people that I hurt it to understand that I'm sorry. I apologize. I just ask for forgiveness.
Okay. Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. Harris?
Mr. Harris is a minimum aid trustee assigned to the MAG 3 dorm, which is our reentry dorm. And he works at the carpentry tutor and as a reentry mentor for reentry court. He's a graduate of the carpentry school and also the welding school. He attended substance abuse 100-hour pre-release. He completed his GED, anger management. He did parenting, Inside Out Dad, T4C, More Compass. He did TIRRELL leadership, and his learner score is low. He's also an HIV peer educator, and he also has his driver's license. I can tell you that Mr. Harris has been a model citizen here at Angola, Louisiana State Penitentiary. I myself have called on him several times for youngsters that come in here. I gave him 2 youngsters to mentor that wasn't even in the reentry court program, but they were sentenced to life here at Angola at an early age, one being 17 and one being 19. And he took them under his wings, and one of them was very hard-headed, but once he got with Marcus and Marcus explained things to him and, you know, kind of led him on to know that if you get things right, things can change, your whole situation can change. He became a model inmate. He started participating in carpentry and everything. And just like Marcus, this guy can start off young and get everything that he needs to get to make sure that he get to have the same day that Marcus had in front of y'all asking for forgiveness. So I really do think Marcus has paid his price while he's here, and I think he's ready to re-enter society and be a successful citizen.
Okay, thank you, Warden.
You're welcome.
Okay, now we're gonna go for those that are in favor. First off, I wanna have the people at Angola, please introduce yourself and name your relationship to the offender.
Good morning. My name is Amber Harris. I am the niece of Marcus Harris.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Harris.
We don't have to stand.
Go out and stand up, ma'am.
My name is Betty Harris. I'm the mother of Marcus Harris.
James Harris, okay.
My name is Yvette Harris. I'm the sister of Marcus Harris.
Okay, Miss Yvette, you're gonna be one of our speakers today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, next.
Good morning. My name is Juanisha James, and I'm the niece of Marcus Harris.
Hey, good morning.
Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Harris. I'm the nephew of Marcus Harris.
And good morning. I'm Demetria Brown, and I'm the cousin of Marcus Harris.
Those at headquarters who are here for Mr. Harris, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Tara. I'm a friend of Marcus Harris.
Okay,
Good morning, my name is Joyce Cole, and I'm Marcus County.
okay,
Good morning, my name is Luana Jones, and I'm friend of Tara Lee, and I'm friend of Marcus family.
okay.
Good morning, my name is Hilton Hill, and I'm a former Congress person, I'm a friend of Harris.
Okay, and you're gonna be one of our speakers also, Mr. Hill, correct? All right, and who else?
Good morning, I'm Ashley Bond, I'm Marcus Harris' cousin.
Okay,
Good morning, my name is Marcus Harris, I'm the son of Marcus Harris.
okay. Thank all of y'all for being here today. Now we're gonna get to those that are in favor. So first, I'll have Mr. Kerry Myers.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here for Marcus because we believe in Marcus, simple as that. Marcus was 15 when he was incarcerated. And as he told you, and you could clearly see his sincerity about his shame and sorrow for the actions he committed. But at a man now who is now grown and matured, he's not anywhere near resembling the 15-year-old he was when he committed this crime. And that's exemplified so much so in his service to others there as a reentry mentor, as a carpentry instructor, as someone who would actually take and mentor people who weren't even part of the reentry program because he was asked to. He's made a difference in people's lives. He has skills. He has carpentry and welding. He has a support system once he completes Parole Project. While he's here, because he was 15 when he went to prison, he has to learn the world, relearn the world. And we are more than adequately prepared to help him do that. He will have a mentor. He will have that will be his case manager. He will be in classes regarding social norms, technology, finance, consumer skills, the things that normal 15-year-olds get to learn, but Marcus didn't get to learn because of his own actions. But he has certainly shown the maturity and the responsibility of a mature person today. So we would just ask this board to give Parole Project a chance to help Marcus re-enter society.
Okay, Miss Yvette Harris.
Yes, good morning. I'm here on behalf of Marcus Harris. I'm his older sister. I would like to, first say I'm sorry to the Merritt family. I've known him for several years, you know, of my life, and I just have to say I'm sorry for the actions of my brother. Marcus have a good support system that's ready for him to come home and to enter into society, to start his life. Because I can't say start it over, because of course at the time he was young. Marcus has really changed over the years he's been here. He has really grown. I can truly say I have learned from Marcus myself. He has helped me to raise my kids inside of here. And I mean, he has really changed.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Hilton Hill. You go to the podium, please, sir. Hey.
Good morning. First and foremost, I want to thank God for allowing me to be free. And I want to the victim's family. I want you to know that I know for a fact that Marcus is very remorseful again. When I was in Angola, Marcus mentored me. I've been on 14 months, thank God. He walked the walk. I struggled in Angola to get a GED. Marcus took his time to help me. Didn't get GED. Marcus helped me to get my driver's license. He did it. We was in our club together. We was in part of JC's Toastmasters, AA, roughly use. He helped me get my driver's license. And I have my driver's license. I drove me. I took off work. I worked in the city of Hamilton Parish. And I worked in Posey Mountain, the city of Hamilton. And I walked the malls. I've seen him change from being a kid. I was there way before he got there. I've seen this young man become a grown man. And I know that if this board and God showed him mercy, and the victim family showed him mercy, he would be an asset to whatever society he landed, just like I did. And I left that without a chief, without a tree, doing crazy. Thanks to God. And my parents, proper Richard and I know that Marcus would be way better society. He did everything he can do in Angola. There's nothing else he can do. He's a good young man. And I'm looking forward to God grace and mercy. Y'all show him mercy and he can come out and help me do what I do. Try to reach back to these kids out here about the new laws that's going to be last 31st. And try to renew the minds to accept these kids by putting these guns down and stop making the bad decision that he made and I made it at 18 years old. And so I expect the board look at his body and work and know that a person who won't, it ain't go at age 21 to at the age of 51 even out. And watch Marcus do what he did and do what he do. He's a changed man. He will be a great asset to society.
Okay.
I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Hogan.
Good morning, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Tillis, and Ms. Ledoux. Thank you for letting me speak on behalf of Marcus Harris. Marcus's case is unique to other cases before this board because he was 15 years old at the time he committed his crime. He has always admitted what he did. He pled guilty to the crime of manslaughter and he was sentenced to 40 years. This is a unique case because Marcus was a juvenile, and what the Louisiana legislature, the Supreme Court, and Board Directive 3304 says is that the inquiry is not simply what Marcus did 25 years ago, but the inquiry is also what has Marcus done over the past 25 years and whether his incarceration has demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation. And looking at who Marcus was when he entered prison, he committed this crime at 15. He had a 6th grade education. He is the first to tell you that when he walked in prison, he could barely read and write. And after over the past 25 years, he has evolved into the person that Warden Ambo spoke about, somebody who is a mentor in the reentry program, which is the most coveted, or it's hand-selected to be a reentry mentor. The individuals are hand-selected for that position. It is not some job that you can get without being thoroughly vetted by the institution. He is the lead carpentry mentor. He's got welding, all of these attributes that Warden Ambo spoke about. What I also find remarkable is that Marcus's rehabilitation and maturity, it's not static. Even since his pardon hearing in 2018, he was granted pardon before the legislature passed 15574.4J. So before Marcus had parole eligibility, he had a clemency hearing, and the prior board recommended parole eligibility after 25 years. So before the Miller decision, without any hope of release, when Marcus entered prison, he had a 40-year sentence to serve. And he made efforts to reform and to mature without hope of release. It's a genuine maturity and rehabilitation. And as I said, it's not static. After his hearing in 2018, Marcus continued to excel. He was an asset to the prison during the COVID-19 pandemic, volunteering to make masks that were distributed not just around Angola, but to other DOC facilities. He was one of a selected crew of men who would go dorm to dorm, in order to ensure that the different dormitories had ice and other essential products, because everybody was on lockdown during the pandemic. He's become the lead carpentry mentor. He's the current president of the JCs. He speaks to tours. He recently spoke to Estruma High School whenever they were up there. And he has only had 12 disciplinary write-ups. The last one was in 2008. He's had 16 years now without a write-up. He has been a trustee for the same number of years without any interruption. And all of this demonstrates maturity and rehabilitation. The legislature, in passing parole eligibility for juvenile offenders after 25 years, they have contemplated that after serving 25 years, that is enough time to determine which juveniles are capable of rehabilitation and of returning to society, and which juveniles may need more time. And in this case, given Marcus's extremely young age at the time he committed his crime, and the past 25 years, and also included in Marcus's packet that I had submitted to the board were some comments from Judge Baptiste in Iberville Parish. We had gone back to court several years ago, and Judge Baptiste had made comments that he believed that Marcus's 40-year sentence was extreme, given Marcus's extremely young age. And so all of these reasons, the maturity and rehabilitation that Marcus has demonstrated throughout the past 25 years, all of this weighs heavily in favor of a second chance. He has tremendous family support. He has 2 children. He has grandchildren. His mother is still alive. Marcus has job opportunities at Jerry Lane. He has the full support of the Parole Project. So for all of these reasons, we would ask this board grant Marcus's parole to the Parole Project, recognizing the 25 years of demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation, and recognizing Marcus is as a juvenile eligible for parole. Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you. Okay, now we're gonna go to Miss Barbara Merritt, the mother of the victim. Go to podium, please, ma'am.
I'm just you can say it right.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Good morning. It's sad to be here to listen to this. For one, I'm pleased that he has all of those accomplishments. But had my child been alive, he may have been able to do the same or even more. I feel that he should not be disturbed. I don't feel like the use was really being served. But as I say, Nobody knows. No one knows. My heart. I give for you to come. You do not get over it. My children. But the lost this way. Never got the same grandchildren. Nephews. Never had a chance to be a father. Find son. But my child didn't get to do those things. So I ask that he not be released.
Thank you, ma'am. And sir, you're Mr. Damian Merritt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Damian Merritt is the brother. Okay. Thank y'all for being here. Okay, this case has been assigned to me, so I get to ask the questions. Mr. Harris, how long have you actually served in jail?
I've been locked up 24 months and 24 years, roughly about 11 months, 2 weeks, right at 25 years.
Okay, and what was y'all argument about? Why did you shoot the victim? Mr. Merritt?
Me and one of the other guys in the house, we was arguing over some money. And Mr. Merritt, Kermit Merritt, he intervened in this argument, and a little pushing type shove match went to going on between me and him. And I shot him. All
right, and I see that when you were younger, you were in Bridge City.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I also see you have 2 children. Do you have contact with your kids?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Were you on drugs that day? Were y'all drinking or using drugs?
I can't say that particular day I was, but I did occasionally smoke marijuana when I was younger. I did.
Anything else? Did you do any harder drugs than marijuana?
Throughout my life, I have tried other
Well,
drugs, alcohol, cocaine. But since I've been incarcerated, I haven't did any of those things.
Right. Well, and that, but you've been incarcerated. Hopefully y'all not doing too much of those things. Have you ever received any treatment for your drugs or your alcohol? Have you taken classes for that in Angola?
Yes, sir. I have taken substance abuse, living in balance, and through the club organization that I'm a part of, we also have drug classes that we teach to guys that's coming in prison. You know, basically being aware of drugs and how they can destroy you.
Do you feel what is gonna be your sobriety plan when you get out? What are you gonna do to stay sober?
Well, I think one of the things that I took from substance abuse that was very important is understanding triggers. Things that would put you in a situation to want to use. That was something that I really took from substance abuse. I have spoke extensively with the Parole Project, and there's a few guys over there that I do know personally. That's Mr. Ryan Hicks, Mr. Darrell Waters. They have a church, and that's part of my support plan and sobriety plan. People that will hold me accountable, and AA if that's needed. So whatever I need to do to make sure that I can be productive, that I can continue to do what I'm already doing, you know, helping people in any way I can.
Okay. I've seen you've done a lot in prison. You know, you have been very helpful. What project you worked on that meant the most to you?
It's a lot of them. The reason why I say it's a lot of projects that mean a lot to me is because I get a chance to work on them with my students. Guys that's really interested in learning the craft. So to be able to work on these things with them, to see, you know, them understanding what meaning and purpose in life is, that's my motivation. That's my fuel.
All right, for the record, I will put on the record that Tony Clayton is opposed. That's the district attorney in the JDC. Unopposed is the sheriff of Iberville Parish, Brett Stassi. And of course, all of your family are unopposed. And opposed was his mother and the victim's son. And you know, and as you stated, the family does still suffer. I mean, there is some notes in here about what they have gone through since that time, and they have suffered greatly. Your minimum custody, your risk is low. You had 12 write-ups, like your attorney said, but we hadn't had none since 2008. I have no further questions. Ms. Ledoux, do you have a question?
I do. Mr. Harris, we have something in the record that I need to explore with you. When you were arrested in 1997, were you released prior to sentencing?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
I see in 1999 in your criminal record that you had an arrest for aggravated rape of a juvenile. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you share with me what that's all about so I can understand that?
In 1999, me and several guys that I was with, we all ended up being arrested for the charge of rape. We was detained, but after investigations of that charge and those allegations, all those charges was dropped between on all the people that was involved dealing with that situation.
Okay, so how old were you when you fathered your two children?
My son, I was maybe 17, 16. And when that charge that you spoke of happened, my girlfriend was like 3 months pregnant with my daughter, 2 or 3 months pregnant with my daughter. I've been locked up the entire life.
Okay, so it shows that you had jail credits of 8,425 days. Is that correct? Not in there the whole time. That looked like.
So I think that was, yeah, that number wrong.
Because his sentence was commuted. That's because his sentence was commuted.
It's commuted. No.
The original sentence was commuted.
So that's why it looks so.
That's why it looks like that.
Okay.
But he's never been.
Okay, so you were out for about 2.5 years while you were waiting on your sentencing.
I'm gonna say it.
Ms. Logan, do you want to clear this up?
I'm gonna say it was about 2 years.
Yeah, that's correct. It was about 2 years.
It was about 2 years.
Yes, he was arrested for the incident with Mr. Merritt, and then he was released on bond. He was arrested for aggravated rape it was the rape charge, as Marcus stated, it was a bunch of people in the house. There was an accusation that was made that was later deemed unfounded. Those charges were refused but every young man Marcus was over there playing a video game. Every man who was in the house, young man that was in the house, got arrested and charged with rape, and the charges were dropped against everybody. But when he was arrested for that, he went to jail and shortly there after was sentenced, pled guilty to manslaughter and was sentenced.
That, I just needed to clarify all that before. I don't have anything after.
Okay, do you have any things to tell us? Any questions? Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
I'll vote first since this was my case. You know, it's always a tragic loss when someone loses their life, especially at such a young age. But Mr. Harris, you had a very, very good interview today. You're very intelligent. You could tell you've done a good job in prison, a lot of community service, great support from the warden. You were 15 when it happened, so you would have been eligible through the other law, but since they had done a commutation that you already had a parole date. My vote today is I'm gonna vote to grant. I think you have great family support. I think the parole project will help you. You were 15 when this happened. You've done 25 years. I would have a condition that you get a drug evaluation at the with Mr. I'm forgetting his name. Mr. Myers, I'm sorry, Mr. Myers. So I want you to get a drug evaluation and follow any recommendations. Plus, I'm gonna order on my own 3 AA meetings a week because I think you have a story to tell. And you know, I want you to tell that story, and whenever your probation officer thinks you went long enough, then he can take that condition away by rightness. That's my vote today. Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Harris, you've done well. Hard decision for me to make. Taking someone's life is not a good thing to do. My vote's to grant.
And Ms. Linden.
You understand the weightiness of these decisions because this is not something we take lightly. At the end of the day, we have to look at public safety as our number one concern. And that's what I'm considering today. After hearing your interview, listening to the warden's comments, realizing the sheriff is unopposed, you have an opportunity to do well, and I do not believe that the public would be unjustly in danger. And so my vote today is to grant parole.
Okay, Mr. Harris, your parole has been granted by a vote of unanimous decision.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Waiting for our cameras to come up at angle. Okay, there we go. Okay, the parole board is back in session. My name is Pete Freeman. I will be acting as the chair. To my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Mr. Lanu. Today, Ladu, not Lanu, Ladu. Today we will be hearing the case of Marion Gowan. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes, sir. That's what.
Okay. Marion Gowan. Mr. Gowan, you are according to your master prison record, you are a third felony offender. You have a parole date of 10/27/2023, adjusted good time date 9/21/2029, and a full term date of 3/16/2080. You had a life sentence that was commuted to 99 years. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Gowan, tell us today why should we consider releasing you on parole, and tell us about the offense you committed that got you in there.
Okay. Well, I'm going up for parole because I quit doing drugs. Meth is what got me here. I lived in Vicksburg, Mississippi, 6 miles south of Vicksburg. And I had a new house, a year-old wife, and a 5-year-old son. And I get hooked on meth. And there it was. I cared more about meth than I did my family. It was that bad. That's what caused me robbing a dice game. That's the whole thing right there. And I go to Monroe, go in the dice game, get everybody on the floor. And then I go back to a bedroom, and there's a woman there. I said, told the woman, stay there, don't come out. So I go back. Mr. Hensley runs toward the door. I catch his shirt. I'll never forget this. The shirt stretched out from under me. And he got out the door. And it was so dark you couldn't even see. You couldn't see 12 feet away. There was no lights. So I shot twice, I think. And I didn't even know I hit the man. So that made us break and run, and we left. Went back to Vicksburg. Next morning, I cut the radio on the Monroe station. The first thing they say about Mr. Hensley, 62 years old, being killed at his house. I was sick, same age as my daddy. So I wanted to hear it again to make sure they was right. So I waited 30 minutes and they told it again. And do you know, I felt so bad that I wanted to get arrested, if you don't know the truth, because I'm hurt. I done shot this man, you know, and it wasn't intending to, but I did. But like I say, the whole thing was the drugs is what put me down there. And like I say, I'm through with drugs. I don't fool with it and never will again.
Okay.
It hurts me to even talk about it, if you don't know the truth.
Okay.
Man,
Mr. Kerry Meyer.
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to support Ms. Gowan. We're committing to offering Mr. Gowan transitional housing for as long as needed, long-term support if needed. Mr. Gowan is a bricklayer by trade before he came to prison and during his time in prison. He's the primary bricklayer at Angola. He's probably worked on every new construction building since he's been there during his 43 years of incarceration. We will look into whatever support Mr. Gowan has available to him. It is entirely possible, since he was employed, that he will be eligible for Social Security. But regardless, if Mr. Gowan, obviously you can see, is physically fit, if we can find him employment, we will. If not, he is certainly eligible for benefits. We'll provide him transitional housing. 43 years is also a very long time to be incarcerated and separated from society. So we'll provide Mr. Gowan with the mentoring, the case management, and the assistance that he needs to understand the world again. Consumer skills, finance, technology, all critical things. But even beyond that, he'll have a mentor. He'll have someone who will help him through the ordinary things that you and I take for granted every day, but someone who has been incarcerated for 43 years is going to find incredibly challenging. And that's what Parole Project will do. In addition to that, Mr. Gowan's work ethic, his character, his long-time trustee status, his entire history there has shown, and he's admitted to himself that meth was his downfall. He's taken living in balance. He's taken substance abuse. He's taken thinking for a change, which is cognitive programs to completely change the way of thinking. We'll certainly provide an evaluation through our social worker for Mr. Gowan, should this board release, and I know that he will follow any of our recommendations if needed. So we just asked, Mr. Gowan is 70 years old, and he served 43 years in prison. And we certainly are committed to his long-term success. So it asks this board to grant his a petition today for parole.
Thank you. Ms. Hogan?
Good morning, Mr. Freeman and board members. As Mr. Myers stated, Mr. Gowan has an extremely tenacious work ethic. Different people serve time in different ways. Mr. Gowan has spent the past 43 years being of service to the institution by building anything that is needed, helping to lay brick and block for over 22 different years of building churches. Every single church that was built inside of Angola, Mr. Gowan has laid the brick and block for it. The wall that surrounds DOC's headquarters, where y'all are sitting on Mayflower Street, that was laid by Mr. Gowan. The columns surrounding the credit union, Mr. Gowan made. He has been out of the gate approximately between 100 and 200 different times to lay brick and block all across the state. He worked 37 days straight in Shreveport once, building a church. Anything that is asked of him, he goes above and beyond. At 71 years old, Mr. Gowan, if he wanted to, probably could have a duty status where he wouldn't have to continue to work, I'm sure, but work is his pleasure. And it's whenever he started building churches, he's become deeply religious. And whenever he began building churches 22 years ago, specifically churches, he feels a sense of accomplishment because he's building structures that maybe will bring faith and healing and help individuals coming to the structures that he participated in building. He's taught other people how to lay brick and block. He's also accomplished, he's completed multiple courses, living in balance, thinking for a change, victims awareness, anger management, and 100 hours. He's been a trustee since 2006. He is an extremely low risk of recidivism. And another thing that I believe is very significant about Mr. Gowan, as he stated, he was ready to get arrested. He was sick to his stomach, knowing what he had done. And Mr. Gowan pled guilty to a life sentence. He didn't force the state to go to trial. He didn't force anybody to sit through a trial. He always has admitted exactly what he did. He's taken full ownership since day one. And he has worked to make not just the prison a better place, but also different communities and different places around the state better through his hard work. And for these reasons, we would ask that Mr. Gowan be granted parole with any conditions deemed appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hogan.
Thank you.
Okay, your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux. Ms. Ledoux, would you ask any questions you have?
Sure. Before I do that, is the warden?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
with the
Mr. Warden. Warden, you have any comments on Mr. McGowan? I'm sorry.
That's okay. So Ms. Hogan and Mr. Myers really summed up everything that I had to say about Mr. Gowan, but I can tell you that he's a very respectable man. He's a model inmate. he did take the driver's license course here at, LSP. So upon his release, if y'all was to grant it to him, he will be, provided his driver's license. So, that's one less thing that he have to worry about when he get out. He will have his driver's license. So, Mr. Gowan is a hardworking, gentleman. Nothing you ask him to do he ever turn down, and do he ever complain? Like Ms. Holden said, he could have a duty status, but he refused to. He wants to be in the midst of doing things. He loved to work. So I'm
Ask you a question. What about his escape record? The escape.
That was in 81, I think, when he first got arrested, and that was in the parish jail.
89.
89, I'm sorry.
The parish jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that for me.
But, and in my little, speech, I think he's, ready to enter society and become a model, citizen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Warden Ambo. Now we'll.
Mr. Gowan, you said that you were doing pretty well while you were in Vicksburg, but you're a fourth felony offender, is that correct?
Third, I think. I think it's third.
He's the third.
But each time,
Patient, bro.
drugs involved.
Yeah, there were, okay, yeah,
Mississippi.
your master prison record says third. You have one in Mississippi, maybe that would make you a fourth. So, so would you classify yourself as having a lot of trouble before you went to prison? I mean, hadn't settled down?
No, not really. Not a lot of trouble, no ma'am. I was doing good. I was doing really great.
An
But
armed
the
robbery?
drugs come along again.
But you had an armed robbery.
And back in 75, it really wasn't an armed robbery, it was a robbery though. And that was in 75.
So you have been in for 43 years.
Yes, ma'am.
You were how old? You were 30. How old were you when you committed the crime?
Ma'am,
How old were you when you committed the crime?
this period 27, I think.
27. Well, I think everything has been covered. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Burton.
Good morning. How are you today? So why did you drop out of school?
Drop out of school?
Yeah, where did you go in school?
I went to GED. I got a GED.
I'm saying when you were in high school, it said that you dropped out. Why did you drop out?
Oh, I dropped out and took a GED. 1972.
Okay, why did you drop out?
Just because I was planning on joining the military and didn't. That's why I took my GED at.
I see.
In Jackson, Mississippi.
Jackson, Mississippi. Okay. All right, I have no more questions.
Okay, Mr. McGowan, I look back at your DB reports. Back in 2013 and 2015, you had 2 number 1s. What was that about? Contraband. What you had?
It was tobacco, I think. Tobacco. Smoking tobacco.
Okay, so that both of them were smoking tobacco?
No, I can't remember what the other one was. Okay, one of them I failed a test, a drug test, but it was for pain pills. I forget what year that was. Might have been 13.
May 2nd, 2013.
13, that's when it was.
Yeah.
Pain pills.
Yeah. And that was after you had taken some of your classes, correct? I mean, do you have
No,
that drug problem under control or not?
That was before. That was before.
That was before I took classes.
Right?
It was before. That's okay. It was before, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, and let's see if I have anything else. And the armed robbery, you said that was just a robbery? You got 10
Yes,
years,
sir.
didn't you? How many years did you serve at that tent where you ended up serving?
18 months, I think.
All right.
18 months, and I got out and was doing great. And now come the drug again. What got me here?
Right, those drugs
I
will
know
get you.
one thing, I'll never do drugs again.
I hope not.
I won't.
I have further questions.
I hate them.
Is the board ready to vote? Yes.
I am. Mr. Gowan, I don't see anything contrary to what you've told me, regarding the fact that you did not know that you had actually murdered, the gentleman who was running from you. I don't have anything conflicting in my report. You have been commuted, so that indicates that there was a degree of confidence that the sentence needs to be fixed. Based on the warden's comments, your record while incarcerated and your plans for moving forward, my vote is to grant.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is also to grant.
Likewise, my vote is to grant. I want you to get a complete drug evaluation. I want them to give you any treatment that they say you are to follow. And I still, for the first 6 months, want you to go to 3 AA meetings a week. You know, that drug, it don't look at age. So, I mean, if you try it one more time, then you will get hooked again.
Yes, sir. You know, I look forward to that because you know what? I think I can stop somebody from doing it. If they listen to me, I really do.
Okay, we vote.
I think I can stop them doing
Let's
it.
finish vote. Okay. Okay, so the vote today is 3-0 in favor of your parole. Your parole has been granted.
Thank you.
Up to you.
Oh, regret it. I'll never do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Warden.
Thank y'all.
Good old man.
We're signing off today. It's 11:47, August the 7th. Thank you, Penitentiary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The parole board is called back to order. My name is Pete Freeman. I'll be the acting chair. To my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. Our new location is Allen Correctional. Warden, would you introduce the people with you at Allen Corrections? You're on mute.
Yes, sir. I'm Deputy Warden Brent Thompson. Assistant Warden Jesse Bellamy.
Civil Rider, ARDC Supervisor.
Thank y'all for accommodating us today. And would Mr. Peters state his name and DOC number?
David Peters, 552-699.
Okay. All right, Mr. Peters. Today is your parole hearing. I'm gonna read some information to the record. You tell me if any of it you disagree with. Okay, you are a second felony offender. You were convicted of distribution of cocaine. You were given a 20-year sentence. Your parole date was 2/2/18. Your full term date is 2/2/33. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First off, Mr. Peters, tell me a little bit about your lifestyle, what you were doing, why was you selling drugs, and tell me why should we consider letting you out today?
I started selling drugs probably when I was like 15. Weed, smoking it. I never been violent, really just drugs, been getting in trouble with drugs. No license, loud music, simple stuff. Mostly I was supporting my habit.
Okay, so you were selling to support your habit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us why we should consider letting you out today.
Man, I learned a lot since I've been down. You know, before I come to jail, I wasn't even in church or nothing. You know, like in 2018, I wasn't ready to leave. You know, I had a lot of stuff to do. I mean, really, I'm tired. I'm fed up with the lifestyle I was living, you know. And it's like really a domino effect when I sit back and look at it, what I was doing, selling drugs, and I was hurting my people, they people, taking food out of kids' mouths. And then today, I don't even know if there's drugs out there. People just dying and dying, you know. I mean, I'm tired of that life. I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. Got nothing to do with it. You know, like I said, I'm really just fed up with that lifestyle, and I'm really want to see what the good life is. You know, I tried everything, but the good life ain't God. So I want to see, you know, how that work out, because this life is, I don't want nothing to do with it no more. I'm tired.
Okay. Okay, now we're gonna move to your supporters. First off, I'm gonna call out the names of the people that are here in support of you. You have your attorney, Ms. Hogan. She's on Zoom. We have Ms. Janice Chapman here at headquarters, Ms. Tamiria Chapman here at headquarters, Julius Bedford here at headquarters, Tamara Sly.
Still.
Okay. Karen Darcy. She's here. Okay. Linnell Foster. She's on. Okay. Teresa Darcy. And Terrence Peters, your brother. We have all of those people here at headquarters in support. So, Ms. Chapman, you will go first. Tell us why you think your son should get out and what you want us to know about it.
Can you stand at the podium?
Yes, ma'am.
He was a good person. He made mistakes in his life. But I can see now, David is tired. I'm tired. I'm sick now. I'll be 60 years old in August. And I'm asking the good Lord to give my child another chance to come home and spend time with his family, brothers and sisters. I need him now. And I know he done some bad things in his life, selling drugs and stuff. But I can see now, David's a changed person. All I ask the Lord to give my child another chance to come out to be with his family.
Thank you. All right, Julius Bedford, brother-in-law?
He had to go to work.
Okay, someone want to speak in his place? Please, state your name and your relationship to the offense.
And my name false. I'm being right here, but even because Venus mother been together.
Can you try to speak up a little bit, please, sir?
Venus mother been together, like 1960. He been to be 60. I'm been to be 70 when it's come out. So we need him more. You know, I know that time have really took a toll on him, and I know when he speaks, that his mind is really set on getting away from the style of the thing that he was doing. And if he give it a chance to get back out here, we are going to make sure that he keep his hand and his beard clean. Because I did it, and I know program that he taken up, that's why he's in there, it's a good privilege over there. The ministry of thing into getting with the Lord. The program that he received in that there is a good start for him to getting his mind back together. And that's the thing that we want to see, that he can get back, keep his hand and his head moving on. And that's what the us to be in, to help him keep his head straight. And now that they can make this dates and slide back down. Because his little niece to them, they need it. That's all they come about. They are the way that we glad when you get. And so the other under consideration that folks we appreciate.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Miss Karen Dawson.
My name is Karen Dorsey. I'm David's girlfriend, 36 years old, and together on the age group. I can tell you, I'm sorry, our major break in our relationship, we sat down and talked with each other, and I told him that the life that I had made so it's go with the longer life I was living. It's come back to me when we thought that there would be such a change for me. I wouldn't be staying here today if I wasn't true to like he has changed. I go and visit him all the time. Every time I go there to give him a part, it's he works for them. And he's a great person. It's hard work. We have many jobs lined up for him when he gets out. He also has a great support system for when he gets out. He has a lot of healthy, positive figures in his life that walk down the same path as he has, that we're incarcerated. We had his brother here for several years, and prison was released on the road. We were 11 years old. And it's so great for himself as a company out this way for them to get out to give him a job and give him a chance to get one day. I feel as though if he gave it a baptized and I wanted to be saved, not to be cliche. I've seen a great change in his life since then. It's sad, it's really God. He is life because we realize he can't do it on his own. And so I feel as though if he gives me this opportunity, I feel as though it's no good on keeping him incarcerated. We're both very teaching me one of those kids who wants to be a father, so he can be my example. I sat down with my pastor, and I know he's not classes incarcerated, but and they have done great for him to see that for when he is ready. And the prison ministry that my pastor has said for him to join where he's out and mentor the young inmates in justice correction. Because he wants to bless something, he wants to be nice, but not just for other people that he's for, but he wants to be to himself.
So by the grace of God, he's seen it as the man that he is. Allow God to be such a part of these things.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Hogan?
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Just very briefly, I have known David for 8 years. I worked on his case in a different capacity 8 years ago. And I wanted to be here today just to provide a little bit of context about what brought David to prison. As he stated to you, his drug distribution was primarily to low level and to support his habit. That's true. David sold a $120 rock of cocaine to an undercover agent in 2012. They obtained an arrest warrant for him. That rock of crack cocaine had 1/10 of a gram of cocaine in it. And when they went back to arrest him, having obtained the arrest warrant, he was found with 1 gram of marijuana. David was offered 7 years for distribution of cocaine. He turned it down and he elected to voluntarily go into the reentry program, which was just starting in 2013. So David was one of the very first people to go into the reentry program, and he did not complete it because there were issues beyond David's control. Really, there was an issue that led him to be terminated from the reentry program. It wasn't for drugs or anything like that. It was for, he had an issue with not a mentor, not another mentee. It was actually a lifer at Angola, and David had an altercation which caused him to be dismissed from the reentry program. He was given a habitual offender sentence at that time in 2015 and sentenced to 20 years. So David has now served right at a little more than 11 years for very low level drug offense. His sentence was imposed before the Reinvestment Task Force legislation, which recognized that we should not be giving lengthy sentences to nonviolent offenders. All of David's priors are exclusively nonviolent. And through representing David over the past 8 years, I've really gotten to know Karen. I've gotten to know his mother. They're very good people, and there's a community of people that will embrace David if he is granted release, and they will ensure that he will go to substance abuse classes, that he will have a place to live, that he will have a community of faith to belong to if he is granted release. So I just wanted to be here today to provide a little bit of context about what brought David to prison, and thank you for letting me do that. We would ask this board grant his parole.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, the state is the victim in this case, so that there's no one in here in opposition. We did get some letters of opposition, but we'll go over that later. This case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux. Ms. Ledoux? Is it Ms. Tillis? Yeah. Ms. Tillis, I'm sorry.
Ms. Tillis.
Good morning, Mr. Peters. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good, good. You say you were 15 years old when you started using drugs?
Yes, sir.
How old were you when you started selling drugs?
I mean, before I knew it, I was doing it and selling, you know. Probably like same age.
See, okay. How far did you go in high school?
11th grade.
Did you try to get your GED since you've been incarcerated?
Yes, sir.
Got it?
No, sir. I tried multiple times. And I tried to,
go ahead.
I tried multiple times, then I tried to get my medicine off the street. I used to take Ritalin. They told me it's a narcotic. I couldn't have it in the penitentiary.
I see. I saw the courses you took while you were there, and it was explained that some of them you couldn't finish. When was your last write-up, and how many, when was your last write-up?
2022. 2022, sir.
2022. Okay, you're 36?
Yes, sir.
What type of work were you planning to try to do if you get out?
I would do the landscape with my brother and my uncle. And I like that I stick with it, find something I do like.
You know what I've seen sometimes when guys can't get out, I mean, when they get out, they can't find a job. Sometimes they'll go back to things that they know they can make money, and you're young enough. Did you take a lot of drug courses or classes while you were incarcerated?
Yes, sir.
And you feel now that maybe you've beat it?
Yes, sir.
I see. Okay, I have no more questions.
So
Mr. Peters, you were seen by the parole panel in 2018, and they were concerned with your disciplinary write-up at that point, weren't they?
Yes, ma'am.
Since 18 and to 22, you had 11 write-ups.
Yes, ma'am.
If you knew that they were concerned and that was going to prevent you from being considered favorably, what happened? Why was your conduct lacking? Because you had contraband on three separate occasions, 4. What was the contraband?
I got one of them was chicken. Somebody gave me some chicken on trustee. One of them, they had found some paper on back of the child court and they tested it. They locked like 5 of us up. I don't know what the third one is. The third one was a cigarette, dried out tobacco.
You know, I mean, it just seems like your conduct in prison indicates your ability to follow directions when you're not in prison, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said that you've had some substance abuse treatment. Tell me what you've had there.
Here?
Yes, or since you've been incarcerated. What have you taken since you've been incarcerated?
Took SERP, Cage of Rage, AA, NA, Financial Peace, Life Prep, Ongoing.
Okay, so I haven't heard any really hardcore substance abuse treatment.
12-step program. Oh, 12-step. I took the 12-step. Cage of Rage, what Cage of Rage?
That's the only that I had, Mr.
I took AA, NA.
Okay.
Celebrate Recovery.
Good.
That was good. Yeah, I got. Okay, Warden Thompson, what do you have to say about the inmate?
Yes, sir. Peters and I spoke on just the other day, and I mean, he's doing pretty good. He still has some improvement to do, in my opinion. I definitely think he has found a need to actually get involved with completing the class with the living in balance 1 and 2 and complete that. Because the fact of the matter, if he have the opportunity to get out, he needs to actually concentrate on trying to stay out. I think those classes helped him actually obtain that.
Okay, thank you, Warden.
Sure.
Right. The last write-up on 10/27/22 was the number 3. What happened?
3/10/27.
35. See, you left Saturday before count. I don't know that, but who wrote it? I don't know who wrote you. I don't remember. And then happy if you left on Saturday before count.
Okay, I
don't remember that write-up, sir. I'm trying
to. Okay. All right.
That was the write-up here?
Yes.
Only one I remember is 24.
It was in 22. I don't know if you were there or not. October.
Yes, sir. It's showing here that he actually was here 10/27/22. here now, stating he had finally left the housing unit, before count. He didn't have permission to do so.
Okay. Thank you, Warden. Okay, I have no further questions. Is the panel ready to vote?
Let me ask Warden another question.
Okay.
Warden, you were, in your comment, you were saying what classes you thought he should, living in balance and else?
Yes, sir, the living in balance 1 and 2. You haven't completed those.
Okay. Thank you.
Well,
Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
I am.
Okay, Mr. Tillis, you'll go first.
Mr. Harris, my vote today, I'm sorry, Mr. Peters. My vote today is going to be to grant with conditions that you take some more drug classes and also complete those living in balance classes that the warden.
You got to grant conditional upon completion of living in balance.
Say again?
Mr. Tillis wants to grant conditional on you completing living in balance. Any other thing you wanted to do?
1 and 2. 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Just
So Warden, how long will that take, living in balance 1 and 2?
I think each class takes about 3 months, each class, at least 3 months.
Okay, and if he has a disciplinary write-up during that time, would he be removed?
No, he wouldn't be removed from class. It depends on what he has to be sentenced doing DV court.
So okay. Okay, so I will concur with my colleague and grant condition upon completion of those classes with the caveat that if he gets a disciplinary report that we're notified.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
We'll make sure we take care of that.
Yeah, because if he gets a write-up, I want that rescinded.
Yes, ma'am.
my vote today is to deny. The disciplinary record is not good at all. He's had 11 since the last hearing. If you would stay out of trouble for a few years, I would very much consider letting you out. But as long as you keep getting in trouble, especially at intoxication and all of that, I just can't vote to let you out at this time. I don't think you're ready. And I want you to be ready when you get out. So take that living in balance and then reapply. Well, I don't know, just what vote he needs. Huh?
3.
Yes, all 3. You needed all 3, so your parole has been denied.
TIRRELL JOHNSON.
Hey.
Okay, the parole board is back in session. We're still at a Balls Correctional. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. To my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. Today, Allen Correctional, I'm sorry. And today we're here for TIRRELL Johnson. Mr. Johnson, state your name and DOC number for us.
TIRRELL Johnson, 4075.
Okay. All right, Mr. Johnson, I'm gonna read some stuff into the record. You are a first felony offender. You're not eligible for parole. You gotta be eligible for parole. You have a good time date of 8/14/2041, a full term date of 4/13/56. You had a total sentence of 60 years. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's for possession with intent to distribute cocaine, possession with intent to distribute heroin, and armed robbery. Okay, and that was attempted, by the way, the possessions. Okay, Mr. Johnson, tell me, why should we consider letting you out? And tell me a little bit about the offenses, why you were committing them and what you did.
I was a young boy out there, doing negative things, allowing myself not to be thinking properly, and allowing drugs to consume me, to whereas I committed a crime, armed robbery, on a person I had no knowledge of, didn't even know. And I hurt a lot of people in the process of me committing that crime. The victim and their family, my mother, and my family. And it had caused me a great deal of pain to see them go through that. Since being incarcerated, I've had the opportunity to reflect and think about the decisions I've been making. And it has really put a whole spot in my heart that the victim just give me the opportunity to be forgiven. I know what I did was stupid, wrong, and reckless. I take full responsibility for my actions.
Okay. Thank you. Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. Johnson?
Currently, TIRRELL is working in the kitchen. He's doing a pretty good job. He's working closely with the staff that's in there because he's a kitchen clerk at this particular time and doing a pretty good job. One of my biggest concerns is that I want to commend him on completing the Living in Balance phase 1 and 2. He completed both of them, so that's good. But I would like to actually see him take the celebrate recovery class as well.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. Speaking on your behalf today, you have Vladimir. I'm gonna butcher the last name, Mr. Vladimir. What do you have to say about Mr. Johnson?
Great evening. What I like to say, I'm Vladimir Silius. What I like to say about Mr. Johnson is that it's amazing to see that Mr. Johnson is still working in the kitchen, because that's where we had met after we had took culinary arts class together at Rayburn Correctional Center. We had took culinary arts, then we had moved to working in the kitchen as 2 o'clock bakers in the morning time. And I still remember the conversation we had one morning while we was working in the kitchen, and we were like talking about the crime that we had did and the regret that we had from doing it. Like we were saying to ourselves, why we just couldn't like do like we are doing now, get a trade and then make an honest living. So I just want to say that I'm proud of him that he's still working in the kitchen. He's still doing great things doing that. And Nothing I want to see. Now, if Mr. Johnson is granted parole to do that on, right now I'm a reentry case manager for Total Community Action in New Orleans. And whatever I can do to help him if he is granted parole, I will go out my way to help him with everything that he needed done, with the resource and everything that he needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for speaking on his behalf. Mr. Bobby Wallace. Mr. Bobby Wallace, are you on?
Yes, sir, I am. I was just trying to unmute my phone.
Okay.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be before you all. God bless you all. I've been knowing Mr. Johnson for over 15 years. We first met actually on the football field, and he was exceptional. So I had to talk to him and find out what's the deal. Now, being a youngster, I'm formerly incarcerated myself. I went to Angola at a young age myself. And Mr. Johnson was an exceptional individual because he wasn't wild. You know, I don't know if the pressure of the society he was in now had made him come to grasp that he has to get on a path to try and get back out. But we used to have these conversations after the football games, and I can see that he was a unique individual because they had a lot of other youngsters that followed him. I've even witnessed him stop different conflicts based upon his character and respect that the other individuals have for him. So it's an honor for me to say that being around Mr. Johnson and understanding the path that he has taken from being a boy and transforming into a mature young man, striving to be more Christ-like, I think he'll be an asset in society. And I'm a Celebrate Recovery counselor, actually. I was going into the prison to do Celebrate Recovery, and we're presently trying to get back into all the prisons. I was going to Angola, DCI, and Hunt. So whatever it is that I can possibly do to help Mr. Johnson, if he is blessed to be transformed back into society, I would usher him through every process. I will be at his disposal because I understand the difficulties of the transition. I've been out for 10 years. I did 22 years in Angola, and I don't speak for people that I don't know is qualified to be an asset in this environment I'm in society. I thank you all. I pray that you give him a favorable outcome. Be blessed.
Thank you for speaking on his behalf. Okay, Mr. Norris Henderson of the First 72.
Good afternoon, board. It's good seeing you again, Ms. Ledoux. I've been knowing Terrell. I was Terrell's coach, football coach. And Terrell, as Bobby said, had exceptional talent. That talent really weighed heavy for him because a lot of folks kind of like wanted to follow his lead and doing some of the things he'd done. So I've been instrumental, and I told all the players that played for me over the years. I've been home 21 years now. Helped founded the First 72 as a transition house. Have established a transition house, the Diamond House transition house for women, and here to do everything to provide those wraparound services to help Terrell. As Bobby said, we have access to Metropolitan Human Services that do mental health, substance abuse, counseling, and treatment. We have our own peer support group that's ran by Thad Tatum, who is accredited with post-incarceration syndrome, how we deal with these things in the aftermath of incarceration. Mr. Johnson has been, and one of my commitments is kind of like what Vlad said too, is like, and Bobby said also, I don't, and Mr. Freeman and Ms. Ledoux can attest to this, I don't show up for anybody. That person has to be somebody I'm willing to put my brain on the line for. And Terrell is one of them. And so I'm asking, the same as Bobby and Vlad did, that if he's given this opportunity, he will be in good hands. My office is right around the corner from Total Community Action, where Vlad works at doing reentry services. and we provide housing and whatever the board require of Mr. Johnson, we will see that he complied to whatever restrictions that the board place on him in the event that he's released. Again, thank y'all. Good seeing y'all again. And hopefully we have a favorable outcome for Mr. Johnson today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Ledoux has been assigned your case, so she will be leading off with the question.
Mr. Johnson, what is your relationship with your family?
I'm great.
Family.
I'm great. I have a wonderful mother who just turned 72 in July. I have 4 siblings and 2 brothers. We're very close.
So why are they not here today?
They probably didn't understand.
Like, just had a hard time. Oh, sorry. Not that I want to see Mr. Henderson. No, that's okay.
Okay.
So why are they not here today? I'm sorry, go ahead.
My mother was 72. She was trying to get working. She's probably on YouTube.
Okay. And you have sisters and brothers,
Yes, ma'am.
but they're not here today.
They was on YouTube. Last
Okay.
time. Yeah.
I don't like to bring up things that are what seems to be pretty old, but the last write-up you had was for contraband, and it was marijuana.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that Haken, is it just part 1 warden of living in balance?
He's completed 1 and 2.
Okay, I know he was removed for excessive absence of one of them. I am not comfortable yet that you've had enough substance abuse treatment.
I finished living in balance phase 1 and 2.
Yes.
I went through substance abuse class. I finished, completed all programs that I entered.
Okay. I know that if you were doing marijuana a couple of years ago, that you still have not overcome your drug problem, it doesn't look like.
Ma'am, I can see this. In 2020, I caught a contraband charge, which was a minor marijuana charge. Since then, I've been in sobriety since. I've basically threw all old things behind me, and I'm continue pressing on, moving forward.
And he has taken 1 and 2.
1 and 2, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And I commend you that you did get your GED while you ran. So you have served 27 years of a 60-year sentence, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So what was your residence plan? Should you be released?
Living with my mother.
And were you living with your mother when you had, when you committed these crimes?
In Orleans Parish.
Okay.
Orleans Parish.
With your mother, you were living with your mother at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you, so you've never been married and have no children?
No, ma'am.
All right. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I did see that, and I was on your last panel. I was one of the people that voted to deny you, and it was because of your disciplinary record. But I see since we had that hearing, you have not had any more disciplinaries, and I am correct, right, Warden? I think he had the hearing in 22.
Yes, sir. That was his last write-up.
In 20 years.
You did try to take some substance abuse class. I think all of us of the opinion that you probably need some more substance abuse. Would you be willing to go to Steve Hall program?
Yes, sir. I'm willing to go in and help any kind of help I can get to continue moving forward.
Okay, because you know, really true, you got a tough sentence, but you got a pretty good sentence too, because it was 5 counts and they reduced it to 1 for the armed robbery. And then all you would do is you just run up to people and try to take their wallets, and so it definitely was drugs that you were stealing for. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever have a job when you were on outside?
Yes, sir.
All right, I have no further questions. Are y'all ready to vote? Y'all talk.
We can go into executive session. Okay.
She made a motion by Mr. Duke,
I second.
executive session, Mr. Tiller second. And I concur. Take a poll, please.
Mr. Freeman.
Yes.
Mr. Tilley.
Yes.
Ms. Ledoux.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna go into executive session to discuss some confidential matters. We'll be right back in a few minutes.
Counsel, please,
We're back in session. The panel is ready to vote. It was Ms. Ledoux's case, so she'll vote first.
Mr. Johnson, I'm glad that Mr. Freeman asked very directly if you're willing to do some more substance abuse treatment, because I really feel like that's going to give you the best chance for reentry, is having more classes. My vote today, it is going to be to grant with the condition that you attend and complete long-term substance abuse treatment at Steve Hoyle program. And I don't know if that's their 9-month or 12 or 18-month. I don't know how long the longest term, but I want you to take long-term substance abuse treatment there. And you know, if you get into any trouble there, then we will be notified and that will rescind our grant, correct? Okay, so you know, if you get in trouble, you're still muted over on that side.
Y'all muted over there, Warden Thompson.
Yeah, okay.
Sir, we're back.
I just want Mr. Johnson for you to verbally acknowledge that you get into trouble and you know that we're going to rescind that grant. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That is my vote today. Thank you.
Okay, Mr.
I concur with Ms. Ledoux.
Okay, my vote today would be to grant you conditionally on that you complete a long-term Steve Hall program. We will make the recommendation to get you into that center as soon as we can. And you're to follow any recommendations that they give you if you complete it successfully. And at that time, you'll be released. So do you understand what we did today?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're getting a break. This is the last one now. I'm telling you. So go back to drugs. This could be trouble. All right. Good luck to you.
All right, man. Congratulations to you. I'm gonna tell you something.
Okay, we're back at Allen Correctional Institute. I'm sorry, Warden Thompson, that I called you a boss. Because I know Warden Myers isn't near the warden that you are. So I'm very much I'm sorry about that. Okay, today we're called back into session. My name is Pete Freeman. I'll be the acting chair. To my left is Mr. Tillers. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. We're here for CURLEY Lyons.
Yes, sir.
Curley, I'm gonna read some information into the record and you let me know if it's correct or not. Curley Lyons is a second felony offender. He was sentenced to 35 years on habitual offender manslaughter, possession of cocaine, and a technical abscond. His parole date was I think it was 8/2/21. Your adjusted good time date is 3/27/32, and your full term date is 4/22/36. Does that all sound correct to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you will have no one here speaking. There's no one to speak?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get started with the hearing. First off, Mr. Lyons, tell me a little bit about the offense you committed, what you did, what was your involvement in it, and why we should consider letting you out today.
Well, they say it was a robbery. Just a botched robbery. Something that shouldn't happen. It just shouldn't have happened. Something that I regret, it just shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't happen.
And how long have you been in prison on this charge?
Going on 23 years.
And why should we consider letting you out?
I've done everything I was supposed to do. Stayed out of trouble. Took whatever programs that they told me to take.
Okay. So that's all you have to say about the offense and why we should consider your release today, correct?
Sir, there's nothing I can say about the offense.
Yes.
I did wrong. I did something wrong. You know, and I'm sorry what I did. People that I hurt, I'm sorry about that, but that's all I can say, sir.
Okay. Warden, you have anything to comment on about Mr. Lyons?
Yes, sir. I want to commend him on his disciplinary record. He hadn't had a write-up since 2010. He's working in the recreation department right now. He does a pretty good job. He's doing what staff asks him to do when they ask him to do it. But he's doing pretty good around here right now.
Okay. Your case has been assigned to me, so I will lead the questions, Mr. Lyons.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what kind of substance abuse treatment have you taken while you've been in prison?
They told me that my assessment, my risk assessment, when I took pre-release, they wouldn't let me get into the substance abuse class. They say my assessment was too low or something, so I didn't have to take the class. I wanted to take the class. I want to take whatever class they give me.
Yeah, because I see you had a cocaine. What kind of drugs did you use when you were on the streets?
That's it.
Cocaine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how old were you when you started?
About 33 years old.
Okay, so you started late in life, okay.
Sir.
Did that have any involvement in you committing the robbery?
No, sir. No, sir.
All right. And tell me about this. I mean, I was reading, it seems that y'all drove around, y'all were looking for a place to dump the body. Drove around, went to one bridge, thought the water was too shallow. So went to another bridge because according to the report, y'all knew that Mr. Pentard could not I mean, that he could not swim. And so y'all wanted to throw him off in a deep part, so y'all went to the intercoastal waterway, and that's where his body was dumped. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about the classes you have taken.
I took a pre-release, cage to rage, and I took a moral compass class.
Okay. And should be noted for the record that the DA, the sheriff, and the attorney general are opposed. Where are you gonna live if you get out?
I'm gonna go home and take care of my mother.
Okay, and where's that at?
That's Baldwin, Louisiana.
Okay. And where are you gonna work?
I'm gonna work with my sister. My sister has some rental properties. She wants me to take care and keep her properties up.
Okay, and what's your sobriety plan?
My what?
How you gonna stay sober when you get out? What's gonna stop from going back to cocaine?
I'm not gonna go back to cocaine.
Okay.
It's over with. All that is over with my life.
Okay, do you consider yourself a drug addict or not?
No, sir. I don't do drugs at all no more. All that's over with.
Yeah. Okay, what all classes have you taken? Can't get to it right now. What classes have you taken, Mr. Lyons?
Cage to rage, pre-release, and moral compass.
Okay, so you haven't taken any drug classes, okay. Because they didn't let you in because of your thing when you got in.
My risk assessment, yes.
Because of your risk assessment, okay. All right, let me see here. What about his disciplinary history, Warden? Has he been any problems?
No, sir. He hadn't had a write-up since 2010.
Okay. That's been a long period without a writer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions. Either of my colleagues have a question?
Where did you go and hide? What's your educational background? How far did you go and complete?
All 12 years of schooling, 3 years of college, and a vocational school I took and went in Daytona, Florida. To be a mechanic.
That's all I have.
Ms. Ledoux?
And just for clarification, you have been incarcerated 23 of a 35-year sentence, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're 61 years old at this time?
Yes, I'll be 62 this year.
Me too.
Okay, you have any further questions? Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
I am.
I am too. I'll be voting first since I had your case. Mr. Lyons, quite frankly, I think you need some substance abuse, and Warden, I want him in some classes.
Yes,
I
sir.
want him to finish at least living in balance and celebrate recovery. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And,
We took care of it.
and you served 23 of a 35-year sentence. It was a terrible crime. I mean, y'all threw the man off the bridge because y'all knew he couldn't swim.
Yes, sir.
So my vote at this time is going to be to deny, but I'm encouraging you to complete those 2 classes and upon completion, reapply.
My question is this.
Wait, let them finish voting and then.
Okay.
That my vote is also to deny because of the lack of programming for substance abuse. That is just going to be critical for your success when you re-enter.
I concur.
Yeah. All right, your parole has been denied today by a 3-0 vote. Good luck to you, sir. All right, Crow Board is called back to order. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. To my left is Mr. Tillis. We will be your panel today. We are here to hear the parole hearing on Lee Reliford. Mr. Reliford was convicted of aggravated incest and sentenced to 20 years. His parole date was 2/8/23 and his full term date is 2/9/26. Does that sound correct, Mr. Relevant?
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Relevant, would you tell us why you think that we should consider you for parole today, and tell us about the incident that got you where you are today?
Well, I worked all the programs up and put myself where I need to be. And I got a good disciplinary record, you know. And right now I help teach a life skill class called Step Up. Give back to other people who fortunate like I am, you know. And like I say, you know, I think that you should give me a chance at a parole. I've been like almost 19 years without a write-up. You know, when I came to Allen, I made in my mind that I'm gonna be excess still liability. And all they can say is that I contribute to this compound. I never was a problem to none, you know. And like I say, you know, I just like to have your favor, your blessings. Give me a chance to make parole.
Okay. And how long have you been in prison on this charge?
I've been almost 19 years.
How many?
Almost 19.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. Relevant?
Yeah, but exceptional disciplinary record. That's basically all I have to say.
Okay, did he finish the sex offender treatment?
Yes, sir.
Yes, he did.
1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay.
All four, or just 1 and 2?
No, all four of them.
All four. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
And I also took a victim impact.
Okay, well, victim impact's good class. We'll talk about a little bit of that in just a minute. Okay, Miss Lula Robertson, sister, you're here in support. What do you have to say about Mr. Relevant?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. That's my brother. And I raised him from 9 years old. He stayed with me until he went in the military. He went to the military, then he came out and he got married. And he been in my life all my life. When my mama passed away, I was here for him, and I brought him in my house to live until he went into the military.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, go
and
ahead.
I keep prayers. I pray for him. Right now, I need him home. I got cancer. But I know God gonna see him through, and I know when he come home, he gonna be taken care of because he gonna be here with me. And nobody stayed with me but me and my grandson. He's 22, so he just finished college. But I know my brother is a good person. I fought hard for him. I talk to him every day, and I pray for him. And I know he's a good citizen. I know he can come out and be here with me the rest of my days I got left with this counsel. And I wish I'll give him favor to come home and be with me. And I thank God so much that I could speak in his behalf for him. He's a good person, and I love him.
Thank you, Miss Lula. Okay, Mr. Bashini Presentine? Are you on? They didn't show up. And Lydia Hester, a friend. Are they on? She is on. Oh, she didn't left. If she comes back, we'll talk with her, but she was on and then she left. Okay, now we're gonna speak to those that are in opposition. Mrs. Taniqua James. James, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Ms. James.
Good afternoon. So I'm the victim of Mr. Reliford. Mr. Reliford was married to my mom, and he started molesting me about the age of 7 or 8. I was a baby. And this molestation went on until I was in high school. It stopped because my mom walked in on a day that he was about to be in the act. That's the only thing that brought it to an end. And so I hear everything that he's done. I hear the cries and the pleas from his sister as well. But I yet, in all the years that he's been incarcerated, hear any remorse. Even when you ask him to explain what landed him where he is, he still could not explain what landed him where he is. And so, although his sister wants him home because she is ill, I don't have the liberty of releasing the pain and trauma that I've endured at the hands of his actions and his choices. This is a man that played a father role in my life. And so I have years of trauma and hurt that I have to live with for a lifetime. And so I feel like, with that being said, and the lack of remorse that he has for the crime that he has committed, or even being able to admit what he's done, the least that he could do is serve the duration of his sentence. I just believe in my heart of hearts that someone that was remorseful and sorry for what they've done could at least show some remorse, or even admit to the crime that they've committed towards me, that has torn apart an entire family.
Thank
And
you
thank
very
you for
much.
the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for speaking. Miss Michelle Peterson.
She had, that's my mom. She had an appointment to go to, so she's not able to speak.
That's her there.
No, that's Miss Lydia Hester. Okay, Miss Hester, we're gonna go back to Miss Hester. She's now on. What do you have to say? What?
The other one is Princeton.
Princeton is the answer. Let's take her.
So Miss Hester, what do you have to say?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to speak in behalf of Lee Reliford. I've known him since he was a youngster, and I believe that he's been redirected. The time served in the term that he served, I believe, is redirecting him to live a better life and to be a better person. And I just would like to state that for his sister is ill. She has cancer, and he would just be such a help to her. That's an important thing to me. But more important than that, I really think that he has been rehabilitated in the time that he has served.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Prestine is on now? Okay, Mr. Prestine, what do you have to say?
Yes, I am. Yes, I just want to speak on behalf of Mr. Reliford as well. I've had the opportunity to know him over the last 25 years. I've definitely seen and known him to have grown substantially over the last decade. Just speaking to him, the positivity, just talks about life. I definitely know that he would definitely be a help with I met him through his sister, actually, and was a church member with him as well. But again, talking with him, I do believe that some reformation has taken place. I think that some accountability and growth over the years have taken place. And so just to speak positively on his behalf, I do feel that it would be in his best interest, as well as his family, which is his sister, basically the one that is ill, for him to come home.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Ms. James, usually the victim gets to go last, because that is by the way that it's set up in case they want to rebuttal anything that's said. So do you want to add anything, Ms. James, now that we heard from two other speakers, or are you complete with your statement?
I heard Miss Princeton speak on accountability. But I don't see the accountability. I haven't heard any accountability. It's all the programs that he's been through. I haven't heard a sorry. I haven't heard admittance to his children. He left. My mom had 7 kids. 4 of those kids are his. His actions left her here raising those 4 kids by herself. And as I said, it's 7 of us. So myself and my other 2 siblings that do not belong to him, he played a stepfather role in our life. So again, he destroyed an entire family, and he has yet to admit, and he has a son that has asked him to be honest with him, and he still won't be honest about anything. So if 19 years you've served in jail, you can admit with DNA evidence your actions, I don't understand where the accountability is coming in at.
Thank you. We have to let the victims go last. Okay, your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux. Ms. Ledoux, you have any questions?
Mr. Reliford, why are you in prison?
Coming out to my stepdaughter.
So you took advantage of her sexually how many years?
I don't know, the year like about 16, at age 16.
How many years did the activity go on?
2.
2 years. And you denied it at first until they did DNA?
I did not. I told her I was wrong. I admit I was wrong. I really was.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Tillis, do you have any questions?
No, I have no questions.
Okay, and I have no questions. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux, it was your case, so you vote first.
My vote is to deny parole at this time based on law enforcement and victim opposition.
Okay, Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
And I also concur. So your parole has been denied today. Good luck to you. And we are now adjourned at 1:19 from Allen.